Darkness fills your life and pain supreme. When evil forces have deformed your dreams, it's time to open up your heart to let the light shine through. No matter how you look at it, you'll always know it's true.
Makes a big fuss. GameCube, Nintendo bless us. GameCube, it's all where easily surpass the rest. And when it comes to games, we'll always get the best. Bless us. GameCube, it's all where easily surpass the rest. And when it comes to games, we'll always get the best.
It's time to open up, to let your heart decide what's true.
GameCube, it makes a big fuss. GameCube, Nintendo bless us. GameCube, it's all where easily surpass the rest. And when it comes to games, we'll always get the best. GameCube, it makes a big fuss. GameCube, Nintendo bless us. GameCube, it's all we recently surpassed the rest. And when it comes to games, we'll always get the best.
Even now, in a place that's so lonely, there's a fire so strong. It feeds from my thoughts and it changes my words. It changes my vision, but it takes so long to get through. Bundle of nails, a shake when I'm talking. My trembling fingers find it all too much to bear. A bundle of nails is set for the taking. I need to stop shaking or I blow my chance again. Take a bow to the strangest feeling. Is it really so strange? I'm lost in the haze, but I felt it before. I remember I heard it in an old song, and I know how it feels, 'cause I'm a bundle of nails. I shake when I'm talking. My trembling fingers find it all too much to bear. A bundle of nails, it's set for the taking. I need to stop shaking or I break out day. My fingernails now been chewed away. I'm starting on my knuckles pretty soon. Maybe now, if you pause for a moment, Listen and you'll hear the heartbeat of a universe teeming with force. See all the forms and the faces of nature taking its course. And feel all the wonderful motion flowing through things far and near. Nature will share her secrets when we are ready to hear. Energy, these are a few of your faces, glowing in timeless places, bringing our lives new graces. Energy, there is no living without you. We must keep learning about you. Now is the time to find how to. Energy, you are profound. You make the world go round and round. You make the world go round. You make the world go round. You make the world go round.
Thank you, Energy. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Hope you're having a good weekend. Here we are. Don't worry, everyone. Firehair. Everyone was very concerned, Firehair, that you weren't here yet. Guys, Firehair doesn't have to be here all the time. You all have to learn to get along and be good without him. Someday, who knows? Firehair may not be here to mod you. You gotta learn independence. Thank you, Firehair. Hey, everyone, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Excited to stream. Excited to play some more of Spyro You're the Dragon, the remake. Losty, thank you so much for 12 months. Thank you, Losty. You got your spicy bubble badge. Congratulations, Losty. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Avdemon, Cube, No. Thank you for the stream streaks. Bloodborne, thank you so much for 20 months. Appreciate that. Hope you're having a great weekend. Thank you. Marcus, thank you for 13 months. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much, Marcus. I appreciate the support. Thank you to Dono Lingle, Crazy Wolf, Wedsie, Flying While I Was Gone. Sorry I wasn't able to really do any personal streams during the work week. There's a busy week at Giant Bomb. I was doing a lot of night stuff. We had the Lego party. I had the desert launch thing. I'm just going to start calling it launch thing. EP88 Box, thank you so much for 31 months. Appreciate it. Yeah, I do need to get a 3-year icon. I got to get on that. Maybe add some more GIFs too. Gotta make that happen. Thank you, Idiot Box. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing well. I rolled credits on Pacopia last night, so that felt good. Really like it. Yeah, I know. I say GIF. I know. I'm sorry. I can never remember which one makes people mad or not. Sorry. I wish the thing was longer, so every time I typed it, didn't do that, but usually it settles down. How did I feel about Crimson? I did not like it. I almost could see something in it, but I don't. I don't know. I've been thinking about it. I've been trying, especially because I'm trying to figure out why. I don't want to be like, how could people like this? I get why people like it, but it is interesting just how many comments are of the, well, it was pretty bad, but then I stuck around for 15 hours, and I'm just like, man, people really want these kinds of games that they will put up with a lot. They'll put up with a lot to get there. Takov, thank you so much for 13 months. Appreciate it. You're here for more Crimson Desert? Oh, no. Oh, I got bad news there. I'm probably not going to pick that game up again. I'm probably not going to pick that one again. So, I don't know. People are just, but, I think that was one of those shorter launch-a-thons, because after 3 hours, I was like, all right. There was that point. The story is nothing, so that's a big strike against it. Then there's a point where it's like, okay, go, I don't know, some guy lost his cows, and I just had to hear this guy talk about his lost cows for what felt like forever, and I was just, really over it. Really over it. And also, like, that side quest where I had to go bounty hunting. I was like, go find this lady. And then I just walked to a room and a lady started running. I was like, I guess that's her. And then I just started punching her in the face. I didn't love that. Gotta be honest. Didn't love that. So I bet we'll talk about it in the Bombcast. It'd be interesting. But just weird. It's a weird game. It's getting warmer outside, which is nice. But like now I'm kind of hot in here. Might need to turn my heater off. In fact, let me do that. I'm gonna get the game started and be right back. Bundle of this. I'll find you. I'll get to you. Don't you worry. Gonna crack a window. Get out of here, chair. You're in the window. Got it. Chairs are heavy. Many people are saying. What are your thoughts on Buzz Space Ranger Spin, the new? But yeah, it looks really good. I haven't been on the new version of Buzz Lightyear Space Ranger Spin, but it looks much improved. I'm excited to try it. You saw Project Hail Mary. I really want to see Project Hail Mary. I bet I'll like it a lot. I like The Martian a lot. I read the book of The Martian before that movie came out. I did not read Project Hail Mary, but I'm so very excited. Existential Dread, thank you so much for following. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. This is one of those games where I think the audio fallacy doesn't take place until I start the game up. So let's see how it sounds once I'm in the game, because I bet it's loud right now. The Thomas the Tank Engine game. Well, hey, look, the launch-a-thon did well. It got good view. People want to see that game for whatever reason. Enemy, everyone's curious. Enemy Mouse, thank you so much for 30 months. My goodness, I appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. All right, so we are kind of at the point now where we're sort of just going back through old levels to get more eggs. I think I should probably be in the second area. Fire Hair, thank you for the gifted sub to my Landro. How about that? Thank you for keeping the train going, too. Appreciate it. Look at this guidebook. Yeah, it's like everything... I got a lot of the ones in this area. It's probably the second area where there's a bit more cleanup I can do. I don't know. I did do this.
Sparks has already recovered the egg from the crop.
Right, so I think there's one of those in each hub. I can go back to the boss arenas. Why? Just to refight the bosses for fun. Alright. I did end up going by myself to just go see Secret of the Ooze when it was in theaters, and I did enjoy that. It was fun. Thank you again for the hype train, everybody. Alright. There was like a whole area I hadn't unlocked yet last time. Oh boy, there's a lot of enchanted towers. Oh, there's a skating section I didn't even find. Alright, let's go in here. Do you like 4DX movies? I don't mind it. It's 4DX with the shaking seats. The shaking seats are a bit much. I like 3D sometimes. Ow. There's on everybody crowd. There at my showing it was just me and then 2 other people. Almost at a private viewing. Ow. Okay. Cannot charge them. Got it. Really, I'm out of Spyro practice. Did I cry when Vanilla Ice started rapping? Of course. Oh, God. I mean, it was a silly cartoon of a movie, man, but it's so fun. There is something about that weird... Did I not get this egg? Seems like an easy one. Oh, I can recollect eggs. Great. Just don't put it there. Forget about Live, Live, and Learn, man. That Sonic 4 trailer having Sonic Boom's beat in it. That hit hard. I remember, I think it was, I forget why, but like Toys R Us gave us a Sonic CD like sample soundtrack, or it was like it was a CD, and the CD was called Sonic Boom. We got it at Toys R Us. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because we bought the game or what, but it had Sonic Boom on it and some other things, and that CD ruled. Yeah, it was hard not to have a pizza when I watched Secret Reviews. I did get some pretzel nuggets. Okay, there we go. Which apparently is a term not everyone's familiar with. I said the term pretzel nuggets during a stream, and people were like, what the hell is that? Like, you mean mini pretzels? I'm like, yeah. You call them pretzel nuggets? Is that a weird thing? I will complain to me about film in 40s. There definitely should be a film in 40s for Mike. Like, yeah, it'd be fun. We should do that. Hard by time, because that usually happens kind of off hours, right? Okay. I do not want to return home. Leave me alone. What did I hit? Do you mean soft pretzel bites? Oh, soft pretzel bites. That's why I think when I say the pretzel nuggets, I mean, I guess they could be hard. But yeah, they're soft and you dip them in the nacho cheese. I love that shit. Just do. I don't remember being down here. This must be where the skating stuff is. Yep. Okay, I never did this. So hooray. Alright, wait, we need to talk to what's his face. Let me off this thing. There we go. You get what I mean. What's funny, Sonic CD deserves a strong argument for having the best video game soundtrack ever, because it actually has 2 of the best video game soundtracks forever. It's got the Japanese soundtrack, and then for no real good reason they changed it in the US, but then it was also really good.
Isn't this the wildest skateboard park you've ever seen? Let's start with something easy. You can jump off the end.
This is where I would have learned how to do tricks.
I'll show you how.
Well, it's no Sonic R, sure. Dude, sweet trick.
Okay, now try doing a roll. You can roll in midair by...
I do want pizza. I still have leftover taco stuff from yesterday I need to eat up first.
Hey, nice roll. Now let's see...
I already had pasta for lunch. I had stuffed rigatoni for lunch, not exactly a light meal.
Whoa, you must be a natural. Now let's see if you can pull off a half-pipe spin.
Yeah, if you haven't seen it, this is the run today that went up. Was wild.
All right.
I think it's must-see TV.
Now let's see if you can do a 900.
Oh shit!
Get as much height as you can.
Doing a 900.
Spin 2.5 revolutions in the air and land back on the ramp.
Usually this game gets mad at me when I... Okay, yeah, I get it. 1, 2... Ugh, got it.
Now that was a 900. I have to admit, You've got some skills, Spyro. But before you get too...
Oops. I went wrong there. Am I supposed to... I think I'm supposed to jump off this thing. Why am I not jumping off it? Don't make me talk to him again, but I might have to because I'm missing something. I should get more.
Wow, you learn
Oh,
really
that works.
fast. Well, then
I wonder if
again,
breathing
you are being
fire makes
trained
the
by a
trick
master
better.
boarder. Speaking of which, I was just practicing this nearly impossible
The
new
nasty
move that
Nork.
I call the nasty Nork. I had just about pulled it off when suddenly I...
Sweet Caroline. Radicon, thank you for 34 months. That is 3 years. I do need to make a badge. Thank you, Radicon. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate all the support. Alright, there's got to be more eggs here. I swear there's a way to, like, actually go off the ramps. I guess you don't jump. X, you're jumping at the end of it. X doesn't do anything. I think the problem was I was jumping. I think I was supposed to not jump. Jarek. Jarek, thank you so much for 21 months. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I think you're ready to try some
There we go.
one-on-one. All right.
Yeah.
Whoever scored...
Here we go. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, that was my problem. Oh, shit. It's a bad start. No. Oh my god, he's destroying me. Oh, you gotta give it to me, game. I need to try that over.
All right.
There we go. How do I get 50 points? There we go. Man, the backflips don't give much. Oh, shit. Oh my god, he's destroying me. That was not a single roll. What are you talking about? Oh my god, I suck. Oh my god. Okay, it really wraps up when you do a bunch at once, I see. So it's not worth it. I don't think I get bonuses for, like, switching it up. I think it's just do a lot of one. So we'll just spin to win. If I land that.
Well, all right.
There we go. Yeah. So let's just do that again. I think we just do that a couple times. We're probably gonna be pretty good. Oh, interesting that I'm already getting 500 instead of that. Okay. That's good. I think it was getting like bonuses for half-pipe stuff. I don't think the fire does actually give me any bonuses, which is strange. I think we'll be fine. Hey, babe, how's it going? Yeah, I mean, I've seen people really complain about this minigame, and I don't know, it's not that bad. I mean, it's a little annoying, it's just right, but yeah, I mean, the things that they want you to do are not that difficult also. Also, oh my god. That felt bad. Whatever just happened to my mouth there, I did not like it. This for a while at this point. Oh baby, big gulp. Look at that, over 10,000. That should be one of those challenges, I feel like, because I'm destroying it.
I can't believe it. How did you get so good already?
People don't complain about video games.
Someday you'll even break my course record.
Navarro? Does kind of look like him, doesn't it? Oh, retarded. Sorry, Alex. 80. I think we decided we might need 100 eggs. Rescue the lost wolf. There's still 2 more out there somewhere. Let's get out of here. I mean, it's hard when you put a skateboarding minigame in your game in an era where Tony Hawk is a thing, right? Which, granted, is why there's one of these to begin with. I don't think I ever got all these bones, right? Yeah, so I think I had to rebuild the skeleton, like hitting these bone people. Yeah, something like that. This'll do. Yeah, will it? Wow, 1 of 8. 1 of 8. Who's like... I mean, there's one up there, but I'm not sure how to get up there. Let's see. This might not be worth the squeeze, getting all 8 of these bone guys. I don't know where this wolf is either that I'm supposed to be helping. We can look around for him for a bit. This is kind of a big, sprawling level. I mean, over there's the person I bet wants the bones, and there's a guy over there. Did I ever do this? I don't know if I did.
I'm ready to patrol the towers and the perimeter of the... It's good to be back in action.
I like Sergeant Bird. Yeah, this has to be the rescue the lost wolf stuff. Die. Oh, a lot of these bones are here? Oh. I thought we can do a lot of them like this way.
You're doing great.
That makes sense. As far as like, how would I even get up there? Now I see. Is there someone right here? There he is. Yeah, I rolled credits on Utopia, which was great. Even though, like, I could definitely have a ton more fun just messing around with that game still. Probably move on to some other stuff for now, if I get back to Dragon Quest II. See that through. But boy, I really like that game. I can see these controls being perhaps a bit more cumbersome in the original game. Jeez, that's just 3. There's basically all these high places. Yeah, by the time this game came out, you definitely had the Dual Shock, or, you know, the Dual Shock, whatever it was called. First, there was just the analog controller. Granted, not everybody had that, so they had to count for D-pads still, for the most part. I'm really gonna forget which places I've already been to. Did I get the one up here? Guess so. Open the gate. We're probably not getting Astrobot on PC, no. But that, at least for me, that is pretty easily the best PlayStation 5 exclusive. Oh, did I, like, not touch the bone after that? That was my issue. I got to actually touch the bone. Right, and I gotta go back and make sure I did that. I think there's any reason for him to go down here, but yeah, this is just where the skateboard was. Yeah, we'll touch it on camera. There we go. You're getting a lot of buy a DualSense for PC ads. How about not? How about no? Where that egg was. Alright. Where are you heading? The last skeleton game. I think I went in this room. Yeah. Did I touch his bone? I did. Part of me worries it's like actually low. After training me to look high, it might be low. I mean, I like the DualSense. I can, you know, I when I'm playing PC, the Xbox layout is, oh, there he is, just right there. The Xbox layout is usually my go-to, but if I use the DualSense, I have no problem with it. I can switch pretty easily between the different configurations. Okay, I'm missing one still. Jeez. Again, I'm very concerned. I just didn't. I killed one and then didn't touch the egg. Or egg. Bone. Getting my eggs and bones mixed up. Didn't pay enough attention in school. Get one in there. What's one over there? Yeah, it's literally right there. Look at me, I'm an idiot. At least I realized it. Ralph! Calm down, Ralph.
My friend is feeling much better.
Oh, here we go. Bone dance, everybody. You've all been waiting for it. Oh, God. Nice flips. Look at him go. It's a beautiful thing. That was a lot of work for one egg. How do I only have, I guess, the gems count too. I don't know where this rescue the lost wolf guy is. I also don't think the bird would do it. I think this is the only thing to do with the bird here.
I'm ready to patrol the tower. I'll be here when you need me.
Okay, let's look around a little bit see if we can find this lost wolf, but... What's this? I think this is going to be the lost wolf.
I was playing catch with my pet
here we
wolf,
go.
Farley, but I accidentally threw his ball down this hole, and he went in after it.
Don't cry, wolf. I get it. Alright, I see what we're doing here. Go get your ball. It's a cute looking wolf, though. Okay, I see. There we go. They used to be stoners, now they're hipsters. Hey, I get it. Smart. Look out! I'll save you. Do you jump it? What's Saturn doing up there? Oh. After you. Anything we see in a Town Direct this week? I mean, I don't know. I don't feel it in my bones, but that doesn't mean much. We all saw how bad I was with bones. The next one is fire. I mean, the next one is probably Tomodachi Life, right? Fire one doesn't have an actual date yet, right? Then there's the rhythm game, which I don't think has a date either. Tomodachi's April. Yeah, that's soon. And then Yoshi in May. Boy, I doubt that Yoshi game's gonna be very interesting to me.
Farley, how can I ever thank you? I mean,
Alright, I think that's all the eggs in this world now. And now that I know how Tomodachi Life works, I'm actually interested in that game. Okay. Why they call me Mikey Bones? Because I'm the Bone Daddy. The Mario Wonder DLC in a few days. Yeah, another thing I doubt I'm really going to be that interested in. There's one of those. Gotta get up there. Tuber! Thanks so much for 19 months, Tuber. I appreciate that. Excellent day for Mikey's. Hell yeah. You know it. Yeah, maybe the Automatic. Can I get a Automatic in the Switch version of Tomodachi Life and send it to the 3DS game? Doubt it. That is not a platform. I must have to swim to get down there. Maybe not. Yeah, I want to see more Dust Buds. I'm glad that the Elden Ring Switch 2 edition is apparently much improved. I was quite worried about that. Here we go.
Hi, Spyro. Hi, Sparks. I've looked.
I know you're anti-kinematic, but if you could take a potion and relive any year of your life, what do you think you'd choose? Boy, that's interesting. The video games were very good when I was, like, in middle school, but I also really hated middle school. I choose 9/11. I don't know. Probably something really young. Like being like 4 or 5 again, just kind of, you know, no responsibilities. So I still have to go to like early grade school, which is not great. That's the thing, like all the kids stuff's like, I don't want to go to school. Right? Don't make me go to school. I hated school. Am I missing something here? Oh, it's a key. And if, like otherwise it's like, okay, I can go back like 10 years ago. I don't really know what the point of that is. I think a lot of people don't want to go back to their childhood. And I always go back to my early childhood, you know, play like my NES, walk around the neighborhood. Mom makes me crab macaroni and cheese. All right, be in my old house. The nostalgia. Replay my 3DO. That'd be a little bit older. I'd have to be like 10. These bonus levels are fun. I do like the bonus levels and stuff. Oh. Maybe the year we went to Vegas and they still had the Star Trek experience, that would actually be pretty high up there. That was that rule. There's definitely like, I'd love to go back to this theme park at so and so time. Like, if I get B5 and we go to Epcot back when like a lot of those old rides were still there, that would rule. Horizons and World of Motion, Journey Imagination, that kind of stuff. I've heard so many people, including my brother Chris, like pick up Mini 2 Adventures when it was out on Switch 2 and seem to really like it. Such a good game. It's not for that door. Let's do for this one. I do not know how to shoot these missiles. That thing with Alex is weird. You think like one, I don't know, maybe in other countries burying your second cousin is more of a fine thing, but also like maybe the translator should have scrubbed that one out. Hey, Fudsy, thank you for 32 months. Appreciate you. Just got back from Monster Jam, and guess what? Monster trucks still rule. I've never seen a monster truck show. Not once in my life. Not when I was a kid, not recently. That'd be fun. Okay, these are long. You do get little bonuses. Gem pickup radius, usually. Shit. Gotta relate the boss. Got him. I wish I liked World Tour mode more than I did. Okay, so I don't get any upgrades this time. That man, all that for 1 egg, huh? Boy, getting 100. I wonder if I do need 100 eggs because that's starting to feel like a lot. All right, Icy Peak is pretty. Icy Peak and Spooky Swamp are both relatively untouched. What's the best Mickey game other than Castle of Illusion? That Big Mickey remaster is actually really good. I don't think many people checked that out, unfortunately, but it was good. Mickey Mania was a lot of fun. Very late 16-bit Mickey game. I mean, Kingdom Hearts, let's say they mean a game where you actually play as Mickey a lot. And that's not Kingdom Hearts. I mean, World of Illusion, where you play as Donald and Mickey's good. Magical Quest, also fantastic. You know, it wouldn't be an incredibly terrible choice to have Dan play that Fantasia game. That was so bad they recalled it. Well, they recalled it for a lot of reasons, but... Escort the twins. Where are the twins? Did I do these? I think I... Maybe I didn't do these.
This swamp smells so sweet.
Do you think Dan even knows what... Yes, he knows what Fantasia is. He doesn't like it. He once told me he gave it, like, 2 stars on Letterboxd, and I got really mad. Oh, fuck, it's this one. Right, I rage quit this one. Maybe we can do it now.
We have the bombs here.
I mean, what, do you think Dan would like Fantasia?
It's bombing time.
The original, yes, not 2000. Okay, so we do think we learned that it is just this path, so I could probably get much further ahead than I've been getting. All right. Forgot that these things do that. You can't do them too early, or else that happens.
Oh, yes, it's bomb.
For real, it's probably the 2 hardest eggs in the game. Great. Maybe if I do this, it's enough time. Now I'll go back. Oh, that was maybe not the best thing I could have done. What up, buddy? Fuck me.
Ow! Yes, it's
Oh, Yeti boxing was hard. Yeah, I mostly just kind of smashed my way through Yeti boxing at least. Oh, God. Okay, so if they push them up, that's okay. It's interesting. No, I've never made it this far before. Oh my god, he goes... Oh my god, he goes back around. That's insane.
Ow! Yes!
Just don't walk into them, you idiot! What are we doing here? Who gave this man a bomb? Hurry up. Oh my god, we did it. I don't believe it. What exactly is an endurance run? It's, you kind of play a longer game, and I believe the idea is like one video comes out for the day game every day.
Free the last egg?
Sure.
If you clear my path, I can...
Yes, it's bombing time.
Matt, thank you so much, Matt, for 39 months. Appreciate you. Split 3-4 hours in Cruise Desert. It's very much a gotcha game, as it does a couple things very well, but everything else is meh. Yeah, I just was not getting it. I can't wait to tell Jeff that I've been seeing a lot of people say they like the game compared to Breath of the Wild. Now, it's clearly trying to be a Tears of the Kingdom like Breath of the Wild in some ways, but man. Okay, so this guy now I can't predict his path as easily, I guess. Which is just... What are you doing? Jesus Christ. No, I'm not. No.
We will...
I'm not doing this one. Nope. Absolutely not. Which means that's probably good enough for this area. I don't know. I don't personally have a ton of interest in Toxic Commando, so I don't know. Okay, I know at one point there was like a world I hadn't even gone to because I needed so many eggs, and at the time I didn't have the eggs, but I don't know where that was. What was the other one that was relatively untouched? Icy Peak and Bamboo Terrace. There's a couple. Icy Peak has like 4 though. So Icy Peak, definitely want to go to Icy Peak. In this ice section. I wonder if I'm going to have to play more ice hockey, because I think I may have done one ice hockey then left. What's over here? Nothing? I can't warp to Country Speedway because you never entered. Where is Country? Yeah, that's right. I feel like I missed the Speedway in this area. I must have. Actually, I think I've missed 2 because I didn't find one in the 3rd area too, so yeah. If I really only ever found 1 speedway, that's strange. Alright. Which one? On top of a ledge. That seems like one just hidden in the world. It's up near Sparks' level, thank you. Never seen a bluebird before. Let me draw one. Duck. Favorite game egg? Oh, definitely Link's Awakening, right? Good one. I should ask Jeff. Jeff will just say Link's Awakening also once he realizes it. There it is, up on a ledge. Resi with 4 golden egg, that's pretty good. There's an egg up there too. Alright. A couple eggs over here. Where it's gonna... I might have actually gotten that one already, but I don't think so. Here we go. There you go, that's one. Maynard. But how would I get over there? Unless I could get one of those flying things at some point, I'm not sure. It's fine, great saving at Menards. Also, if anybody else has been following the Beast playing every N64 game, his video just came out for this weird horse racing game that he had to play for N64 that was in Japanese only. And that was a game that was very difficult to figure out what you were supposed to do in Japanese only. And it took him, I think it was like the hardest game in his challenge. And the video so far has been incredible. Hey, Adam Juice. I've been enjoying that. Have I ever been in there? Money bags.
I have to hurry in myself.
Oh. Right. Okay, so there's probably more I can do in here. Jenny's new video's out, okay. Right, I think I did one of these and I was like, I'm good. Let me do the second one. Maybe not, maybe I'm done here. She's not saying anything. Yeah, I guess I'm done here. Dan's next Blight Ripcord game. There's not a second Ripcord game. You can't just manifest Ripcord games. What do I look like? Return home. Come here. I mean, there was a side zone with the skating. Otherwise, I'm okay to explore for a little bit. Oh, look at this. Oops, I should not jump yet. This looks important down here. Yep. Oh, hey, I think I found the portal for the side thing. Okay. Ah, okay, this is pretty good. 2 eggs right here. I like doing these. Ready. Whoa, Black Betty. I always associate that song with Rayman Legends. Shit. I never beat Rayman Origins or Legends. Those would be fun to do sometime. Come on. There we go. Whoa, come on, go. What did I do wrong there? Or even is he? I think I see him. There he is. In midair. Scout, please. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. There's that one on that sky island I gotta figure out how to get to. At least see if we can. I don't want to spend a million hours here. Maybe up here, though. But you okay, buddy? Put him out of his misery. It's like the episode of Next Generation. By the way, I'm such a baby. Like, Next Generation, which everyone considers a really cozy show, and I do too, but even that show, I'm like, it's too violent. Too many people die. Like that poor lady that got disintegrated into the... Oh, I think I see what I do. Into the floor. I think if you look at... So, like, there's 1,000 people on that ship, right? I think, like, 50 people die during the course of the show. That's a terrible mortality rate. Especially for a ship that has families on it. That's terrifying. God damn it. Yeah, the series has done some messed up teleporter things. Like, I like the motion picture. I do not like the horrifying screams of those people dying in the transporter accidents. It's weird, yeah. Yeah, it's my weird take. I think that even classic Trek is actually way too unnecessarily violent and gruesome sometimes. I think some people like that horror aspect of it, but eh. Okay, where was I now? I saw what I had to do, and now I've lost... There it is. People died in all the Trek shows. Well, exactly. I think none of them. I think there should be way fewer people dying. It's usually so cheap, like, oh, look how dangerous the situation is. This unnamed person died. And then, I don't know, it feels weird. Like, sometimes it makes sense, like lower decks, even though I am like that poor woman. I'm so bad at gliding out of this jump. I don't know how to do it. But, like, poor random ensign just disintegrates into the floor in an episode that is mostly a comedic episode about Data having a girlfriend. That's weird. First try. Am I crazy? Boy, I thought there was an egg. The egg must be on a different one. Probably a very similar setup, though. Yeah, it's right here. I see. Okay, how do I get there? Clearly I'm jumping from there to there. Where would you have the best chance of survival? Enterprise, Void, Deep Space Nine. I don't think there's that. I feel like, at least in terms of crew member casualties, like Deep Space Nine is a little bit different because there was a major war happening at one point, so that ramped up casualties in Starfleet. Even then, Deep Space Nine itself. I mean, most people who died in Deep Space Nine were like people visiting there, usually as like black market day or something. Like, there's like a lot of people who died in Deep Space Nine. Voyager, I think like a tenth of the crew died in the first episode, and that was kind of the whole point. And then quite a few still, even after that. Deep Space Nine also, I don't know, like, living on the Enterprise seems nice aside from all the horrific death that you're surrounded by at all times. But there's a coziness to Deep Space Nine. The promenade just looks fun. How do I get up there? I remember the Lego Universe 7 mode? No, I don't actually. I didn't know there was one. But this thing? Just here. There's the egg. Okay. Well, I don't think this is high enough to accomplish anything. Maybe. No. I gotta get to that platform. I just don't see the way yet. Oh, you mean Elite Force or the new Voyager game? No, I still want to play that at some point. I might get to that Switch eventually. Okay, I must be able to jump there. Oh my god. I'm dying a lot in this world. I'm gonna freaking run out of lives eventually. Did that one. I think. Yeah, no, the difficulty balance in these games is very good. Mostly chill. Fun to explore. That's still clear. Ow. Not that way. Also not that way. Don't want to return home. Oh, I think this, okay. I think I'm on the right path. Did we take this here? Here we go. Yeah, we're gonna get it. We're good. I need this one up, actually. I did hit that rocket again. That's fine. Freeze. And there you go. Pete, XN, thank you for 19 months, Pete. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. There's nothing. There must be some reason. I can't remember if I actually ever did anything with the Spyro or not. Alright. Around here somewhere. The Speedway. Oh. I see. Tricky. Oh, just got me a dragon. And that's all the world dragons. Speedway's gotta be like... No, can't even go under this water. If Dad made you play a bad Dune game, could we get you to wear the costume Sting wore in Dave Lynch's Dune? Are there bad Dune games? I feel like people seem to generally like the Dune games. It's not hidden, so I'm just a dope. I mean, is this it? Have I not? Oh my god. I'm a moron. Thank you, Merlin. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I suck, everybody. I'm sorry I'm such a bad person. Okay, so far so good. Lots of cows. Eat more chicken. The well-designed speedway. Oh, really? Where is it? There you go. Oh my god, I was doing so well there. Damn, this time. Yeah, you really can't make a mistake. These levels are always fun. The racing part usually not quite as good, but should have taken that boost. I think we'll be fine. Easy. Nice. I don't need a retry. Check out Frank Herbert's Dune from 2001. Okay. I wonder if people are still playing that Dune survival MMO that came out. I haven't heard much about it since it released. These suck because it's all, again, it's like, you might barely make it. I feel like I need these, you need to use these shortcuts or else you're screwed. lot of shortcuts I just don't think. I mean, I guess all I have to do is go into the hoops, so I could probably take even more of these shortcuts. Got audience at diehards. Fine. There's a lot of MMOs that lasted a long time because of an audience at diehards and still do, like Lord of the Rings Online and Star Trek Online. I'm always like, who still plays these games? And then I used to interview them, like, we used to have like people, this is the only video game they play. We're able to make money from that. I'm like, I guess that makes sense. You gotta take this shortcut. Is that big lady trying to tell me something? He's stuck. That's interesting. Okay, we're back here. Gotta really thread the needle there. We're already in third place. Maybe doing okay. It's hard to tell. Go. Yeah. There you are still. That boost just kind of seems a bit out of the way. Wait some more times I can hit this plane. Okay. Do what the lady says this time. I don't know if that helps. It seems like I really went out of the way to do that. See, I did almost this entire lap and have not gained on the person, man. Not good. It was feeling good and now it's not. Fuck. Like, I don't even know where first place is. These are brutal, man. You are not. I missed it. Oh my god. Okay, I think she's trying to point me in the direction of the shortcut, but I just didn't gain on this guy once. Oh, these suck. Oh, this is terrible. I'm not doing this. It takes forever, too. Just more time efficient to just find other ones. We're not 100% in the game. I don't need every egg. We can go to the next hub world, I think. Where's the balloon? It's over here. Yep. B. This is the hub world that should have a world I haven't been to yet, because I've unlocked it with a certain amount of dragon eggs. This is one where most of the gates were underwater. Camera didn't like that. I have 90 right now. Nice. Okay, so fireworks. When are we gonna do? The fireworks factory and Charmed Ridge both have barely any, especially Charmed Ridge. There should be another Sparks level and another Speedway here somewhere. It's also, yeah, that's right, the Hunter challenge view. I should have looked for Hunter in that one. That's relatively easy, but I forgot. Maybe I'll go back. The Hunter challenges are fun, though. Hey, get on my swan. Thank you for following. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, most of the stuff's underwater here. What's... Not Ruined Ridge. I went Charmed Ridge. Wait, this probably is... Oh, hey, look, it's the Speedway. Alright, and Charmed Ridge. Okay, the two things I want to go to. Am I going to try Monster Hunter Stories 3? Probably. I kind of still want to go back to Dragon Quest 2 right now. I don't need your advice. I wonder if I should have diverged there and got the bees. And hey, look who it is. He's not particularly hidden this time, huh?
Look out, Spyro. There's a really big sheep UFO around here, and it's trying to get me. You wait here, I'll lure the UFO. Okay, here.
Wow. Oh, I'm playing this? I don't know why it did not look like I was playing anything.
Look out, Spyro. You wait here. Okay.
Can't really do much. Logs don't seem to impede me too much. I don't know. I guess they were. Shit. Oh, no, we're fine. Oh, the bunny hopping is good, actually. That's the strat. Little tiny jumps. Look at me go. Going angry looking sheep. It's like, I think I'm winning. Yay. We did it.
Ah! Did you see that? Nobody.
Nori. You modded the OG voice acting back into it. That's interesting you can do that. I think I went the wrong way. Yeah. Should have turned left or right there. So I wonder, it might be a thing where at some point here you want to diverge. Like right here, just start taking out the bees and then come back to the honey, but I don't know. That might not be right. We'll see. Now we need to turn right. Okay, yeah, this is good. Point me right at the bees. Surfer dude, you mean like Green Dog? When are they gonna make a new Green Dog? I feel like this is gonna be much faster if I turn around so that they come towards me. Call me crazy. I feel like chasing them wouldn't really be smart. Look at me, I'm a genius. Oh, time to spare. We're not doing the race. Hey, it's Chris. Exit the level. That's what I want to do. Okay, so yeah, I only ever somehow did one thing here. There's an egg in a cave. There's got to be some side rooms. Bad start. SeaWorld Dig 2 is $1 on Steam. Jeez. Do people play SeaWorld Heist too much? That seemed good. That's not necessarily my kind of thing, but it seemed good. I liked the pirate vibe of it. God, I'm getting destroyed. Yeah, I'm dead. I wonder if they'll make a Dig 3 at some point. I could see it. No, here we go. Hey, we're the bird again.
Good day, Spyro. I'd like to stay and chat, but I'm late for a an engagement with a fairy friend of mine. Just a friend, you understand?
Uh-oh, the Sergeant Bird have a girlfriend? Let's see. Oh, how do we possibly get through? I guess I'm talking to you first.
Where have you been, James?
Oh,
we were supposed to meet in the temple an hour ago.
Good
And
for
don't
you,
give
James.
me that old matters of national security line again. I guess it doesn't matter though.
Uh-oh,
the
this is
whole
a date.
temple is full of.
Oh, we'll battle the witches, don't worry. Oh, Jesus. Die, witches. This ain't too hard. Ow.
Oh, I see those rocket launchers aren't just for show after all. Well,
More witches. Die, prince. Like one of these scenes, like I don't see any reason to not just be shooting at all times. Oh, I like that I can break the windows. Ah! Come right at me. Jesus.
I must admit, James, I
More
am
witches.
impressed. There are
Deadly blue ooze. Can I go outside? Hey, we should see. Maybe there's something important out there. Nomad! Nomad, thank you so much for following. Appreciate it. Again, nope, you can't go outside. Worth trying out, though. I thought there might have been a secret out there, too. Oh my god. Witches be crazy. Ow, that got me. Okay, we can tank it. One more. There you are. We did it.
You did it, James. Oh, I knew you weren't the leader of the hummingbird resistance.
Abby. Let's see if she's got another thing for me or not. Nope, that's it. Picking the windows is a skill point. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about the skill points. Plus I already left. That's alright. Oh, one of these. Where was that? Everyone in this cave, apparently. So I think over there's where that thing was. Oh.
According to legends,
Oh,
there's
checking
a
the
golden
beanstalk.
goose at the top of this here mountain. I just bought some Insta-Sprout Ultra Super Grow seeds from a bear with a bag of gems.
Give me some beans. Oops. Give me another bean.
By the way,
Oh,
if
I
you-
see the other
okay.
bean. I didn't mean to start over. That's fine. Switch them up. Ah, jumping bean. Whoops. Get below it. No. Can I get the other bean up here somehow? This seems tricksy. I feel like I need both of these beans to get up here. Oh, there's two. Ah, okay. Well, no. What happened to the other one I threw there, I guess? Okay. Oh, by Jove, I think I got it. You just finished a Millionaire video?
I found this egg on the way up here.
That's all good.
I think it was.
I did my best. It was a fun episode of Millionaire.
You've been doing great so far.
Yeah, it's even more. Alright. Oh god, how many C's he have for me? Oh boy. Oh, there it is. Jeez. Ooh. Can't glide off of it? How is this supposed to work? Let's see. Okay, these are both bouncing. Maybe... I might need to make this a bouncy one, because I might need this normal one up here. Then I won't be able to reach it. Yeah. There's the issue is that now I can't really use this thing. Hey, seems to not go far. What if I could jump and then spit it? Okay, there we go. Get both of them over there like that. Ouch. Now me. There we go. Froggies. Okay, fine. Made a boo-boo. Yep. A little weird. It's hard. You don't get back into that glide right away. It's a little weird. Actually, I'm not even sure that I can get a feel for it. Oh, oh! I wonder if that does anything. Okay, I see now. I see now. Where are we putting you guys? Oh man, we got all sorts of beans now. Why would I need to put any beans there? There it is. Thank God they make that noise. This probably isn't right. think I need to get another bouncy back here. Maybe I use this one. There. Okay, yeah. By Jove, I think I got it. That's what I went. Can't do that flutter unless you get a certain amount of glide distance. There we go. Oh, come on. This is gonna work. There we go. First try. Hey, look at me go. It's a goose.
At last, I found the
What a day for
legendary-
Mikey's, indeed. This bird had a dragon egg. Make it make sense. It's Chuck. It's Chuck. I feel like egg in a cave should still be relatively easy to find. I just haven't found it, so let's explore a bit more. There's also that. There's the question mark. Wrong way. Why did it disappear? Did I run out of time? Probably ran out of time. Well, there's the egg in a cave. I deserve that one. A cave with a box of scraps. Running out of lives. I don't want to get a game over. It'd be embarrassing. Benjamin. Despite all my rage, I'm still just an egg in a cage. What's this? Oh, this shit. Glide to the tower. Yeah, the question thing is usually just about more gems, which I'm not too worried about. Let's leave this level. I think that's pretty good. Again, there should still be... We did the speedway. There should be a Sparks thing somewhere. Fireworks Factory still has a lot as well. I bet it's up here. I don't think I've been up here. Oh, yep, something is up here.
Princess Amy showed me a place called Starfish Reef.
Here we go. What's the new Jenny Nicholson video even on? Come on. Knock off Twilight movie. Oh. Wait, which one? I graduated. I was in high school with somebody who starred in a kind of bad knockoff Twilight movie that was on Best of the Worst at one point. I didn't know him, but it was still very funny that happened. I haven't seen the episode yet, but yes. Wait, really? The Last Vampire? I think that's it. I need to look up something. Is that the Best of the Worst one or the one that Jenny just did the thing on? Let's see. What's his name? If I look at it. That's Jenny's is Incubus. Okay, The Last Vampire, Best of the Worst. It's called The Last Vampire on Earth. Yeah, that's him. What's his name again? God. Last Vampire on Earth. What's his name? Sorry, I'm looking this up. Like how most of the cast listed on IMDb is like the people from Red Letter Media. Because yeah, it finds that it brought up the Best of the Worst episode on The Last Vampire on Earth before it brought up The Last Vampire on Earth. Okay, I'm trying to find. Okay, maybe it's because I put Best of the Worst in. Okay, I see. All right, there we go. 2010. Michael Ball. I think that's right. Yeah. I've tried to think what he went to my high school. I'm trying to remember because I didn't know him, but I think like my brother maybe did. But yeah, Michael Bull. That's it, Michael Bull. Funny thing. All right, we're doing this. By the way, Red Letter Me, you got any more of them Star Trek videos? I love when they just talk about random episodes of Star Trek. He's the lead? I think so. I mean, it was whoever the guy I was with was the lead. I think he's the vampire. I think he's the last vampire. Oh. Oh, there's a dash button. Yeah, the Deep Space Nine Season 1 video is very good. How am I lost? There we go. Your favorite genre of YouTube videos? People talk about a thing they like for way too long. Hell yeah. I agree. Taking too much damage. Seriously, you're at Voyager? Voyager is... I do like Voyager. I know it has its faults, but it's fun. It's not the most even cast, but there's some very good cast members. I never minded Neelix. Some people talk about Neelix as some terrible thing. The only part about Neelix I didn't like was early on with the cast stuff. Seemed kind of creepy, but... otherwise, I thought Neelix was fine. And I like the Doctor a lot. You know, Voyager is a show that is fun to make fun of, right? Like, there's that video montage of Janeway, like, early on being like, oh my gosh, we only have like 40 photon torpedoes. We gotta be real careful. And early on, they're like really careful. And it's just a montage of like how many times they actually use torpedoes in the show. It's like 200. It's hilarious. That and like the shuttlecraft, right? Because there's a lot of, we crashed the shuttlecraft on this planet episodes. It's like, how many shuttlecrafts do you have? You guys can't restock those. I think I saw a parody ship schematic for Voyager once that was just every space was filled with shuttlecrafts. Right. Lots of times they almost self-destruct the ship because that's drama, you see. Sometimes these doors open and sometimes they don't. Replicate new ones. The replicator energy is also supposed to be precious. Like, early on, they wanted to, like, really emphasize the survival aspect of the show, and then they're like, what if it's just Star Trek The Next Generation Part 2? Which is, you know, fine. There's sometimes they go back to, like, Year of Hell was beloved because of that, right? It's a great episode. Could they break that matter like rocks refill it? Who knows? Oh god, too much damage. Yeah, I need my health butterflies. Is this the boss arena? Yes. Ow. This is for Steve. Oh right, this thing. This thing messes people up. And Nashan. I think we need 100. Yeah, that thing melts people. Wait, I didn't want to leave. What was down there? Oh well.
When I saw that giant stingray, I thought you were a goner, Sparks.
Oh, I could take an extra hit. Oh, I did get a thing. Hell yeah. Bonus hit. Why come I didn't get a bonus from the last one? At least I don't think I did. Oh, baby. Hannah. Let's go. We're getting close. If I can find the speedway, I mean, that would be 2 right there, just from doing the normal thing and then, the Hunter challenge. Not having to do the stupid race. I don't think the speedway's hidden underwater, but it could be. Also, Fireworks Factory had a good amount, and then we could just get our last 2 there. Find that. Well, speak of the devil. Wait, there's a lot of levels I unlocked in that last hub world that we're probably not even going to see, because we won't need them. Hidden alcove. Okay, there must be some side rooms. Yeah. I don't think I've ever been over there. I don't know if I know how to get over there. Oh, I bet this will get me over there. No. Wrong way. I could have probably made him run into this thing and then blow up. There's one. What's this? Oh, I already did your thing, huh?
I can see an egg
Oh, another
behind
one?
you, but it's out of reach. You'll have to.
Okay. Oh, fine. Dinja vanish. I feel like I've done this one. I'm worried I'm just gonna get this egg again. That's a new gem at least. Get out of here. And the fact that I'm seeing all these gems is making me hopeful. Come on. Yeah, damn it. I knew I already had Sam. You led me astray, you rat. Okay. I feel like there's no way I've done those.
Hey, Spyro.
I've
I'm
actually
helping a
rolled-
kid named Handel recover some secret rocket.
I actually rolled credits on Pacopia last night.
Hi, Agent 9. Behind those doors are some pretty scary ninjas. I bet you could use your sharpshooter skills to take them out.
Why am I playing Gun the Child? I mean, he was just listening to his directions. Look, you can't shoot at the kid, alright? Come on. How do you have so much? I mean, the game took like, it was like 25 hours to roll credits of Pacopia. The game's been out for like 10 days. It wasn't crazy. I mean, I played a lot of it. It was really fun. I don't remember it being like a first-person shooter last time I was this monkey. I have a problem with it. Let's see what we're doing here. I mean, again, like I really, you know how I don't watch many movies or TV. I spend a lot of that time playing video games instead. But I'd rather be doing. It's one of these situations where there's no reason to not just be shooting at all times, you know? That bug. Let's complete your first focus night. Yeah, I mean, the objectives just kind of work so well in the game. Like, yeah, get the focus center build, do the kind of main quest in each area, get the habitat level up to 5. It just all feels very satisfying. Anyone here play Disruptor, Doom Clone PS1? Oh, the Insomniac game. I've heard about it. I never played Disruptor, though. Someday it'd be fun. How did I get that? I bet it's good. Fuck off. We have a lot of gems. Fuck off. Does it have dual analog controls of the Alien game that reviewed famously bad? I bet it doesn't. Disruptor was a very early PS1 game, and it's what they did before the first Spyro. So I bet it does. I bet it's much more tank control like. What's the style at the time? Playing Doom clones is fun. Yeah, Doom Clone Week. I would like that. I still haven't played Blood or PO'd when it's the remasters. I really enjoyed, oh shit. I really enjoyed Heretic. Hexen was kind of a bit much. Even though like they made it like so that it's harder to get lost, I still got lost a lot. Kind of had a hard time finding out what I was supposed to do next. Okay, I guess we're getting another egg by going backwards, so. If we do, that'll be the last egg. Oh my god. Oh, I even have like FPS health in this. That's cute. My favorite Doom clone probably still is, if we don't count Power Slave, which is honestly more of a Quake clone. I do love the original Dark Forces a lot. Very good. Jesus. Not messing around anymore. A lot of rhinos. God, I hope they remaster Jedi Knight soon. I want that so bad. I've played Jedi Knight forever. Look at these guys on the ceiling. I think they're tricky. Ow. I never played the PS1 version of Dark Forces. I think it's supposed to be a good port, though. The local used game store has a like in-box Dreamcast, not like sealed, but an in-box Dreamcast for $210. I don't need it. I have a Dreamcast, but I kind of want it anyways, but I don't think I'm gonna do it. I don't know. I can't believe I just shot the dynamite to free him.
You better look after.
That seems unsafe. Extreme paintball. Jeez, I remember that. I never played Chex Quest. Well, that's 100 Iggies. I think we can go fight the final boss now. Let's see. This is more of a theory than anything else. I really want to play the Toy Story 2. I need the Dreamcast version once I get my Dreamcast plugged in again. Do some more of that. This is a much faster way of traveling, isn't it? Okay. See, over there is like the final thing. God, there's a lot of eggs in there. There was one. That was 100. I'm guessing the 100 one is where all of our dreams will come true. Yep.
You did it, Spyro! You found enough dragon eggs for me to unlock the portal! Once I've opened it, you can confront the sorceress whenever you're ready. But be careful. She'll be expecting you.
Oh, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, get a drink, then we'll go fight this sorceress. Be right back, everybody. Hey, that was the wrong button. I was supposed to push the BRB button. I pushed just the camera button instead. That was silly. Why'd I do that? That was dumb. Silly Mikey. You could hear my grunting. Oh, I bet I made some really old man noises. I'm not gonna lie. I've been feeling really stiff since like Friday for some reason. Friday being yesterday. Yeah, stiff joints. Oh. Yeah, for a few days. I don't know why. Probably because I'm not moving around enough. Spending too much time sitting at this computer. Okay. I remember the Ripto boss fight was pretty good. The Nasty Orc boss fight was very simple in the first game. Yeah, I gotta stretch out. Oh, the weather's getting better. I can start going on walks again and stuff at least.
Woohoo!
Oh, you're gonna help me?
Kick some sorceress butt.
We're just getting right into it, huh? No cutscene or anything? Okay. Hey, careful with that egg. Nope. Oh, look, there's a cannon. I see what's happening here. Die. Jeez. Not simple, is it? Thank you. Can you shoot down more turrets? Ow, whoops. Thank you. I feel like... Okay, I don't know what makes these things appear. These are giving me a lot of health. Do I have to, like, make her smash it with her magic? No? Give me a skateboard. I want to do a 900 on her. I keep trying to, like, I don't know. Why not? Great. Like, is it... Part of me's like, is it broken? I don't know. Must be something. I made one of them appear. Don't know what I did. Ow. Let's see. I mean, they keep refilling my health at least. Jesus. Why did it work all of a sudden? I guess I just wasn't jumping into it. I guess I was supposed to jump into it. I didn't do anything though. Maybe the next one. Well, I learned it. I gotta really lead my shots here. Good enough. I think I would have tried jumping into it at some point. There's plenty of health. Get out of the way, sheep. Spyro is Figment related. I think back where I was calling him a Figment looking ass. I think he tried to. I think he tried to insinuate that Figment was a Spyro ripoff, and then I got really mad and had to explain how Figment predates Spyro by many, many years. Oh shit, here we go. Now you're in trouble. Damn it. Never mind. I accidentally jumped off it. I think this goes. What an epic encounter. Okay. Thought that was gonna be a problem. It is a weird boss fight. I mean, I've seen worse. It's weird. God. Please let me finish her off. I don't. Whoa, what happened there? Oh, she's fucking melting to death. Oh, the egg. Oh, thank God. I was real worried there for a moment. We killed her. George, that's the last one. Epic Mickey's good, especially that remastered. Oh, she's not done yet.
Sorceress rescued the dragon.
Weird how it does that.
And restored freedom
Oh, we're doing
to the
this thing
lost
again?
dragon worlds. What you plan to do next, hmm? Perhaps a nice vacation in Dragon Shores, hmm?
You're a real comedian sometimes, Bentley.
Oh, Bentley's back. Awkward laughing.
You know, I still have to find the rest of the dragon eggs. Plus, Hunter seems to have disappeared again, so I should go make sure he's not in more trouble. You haven't seen him, have you?
What? Me? Oh, no. If I do happen to encounter him, however, I will most certainly inform you immediately.
He's smooching that lady, I think. I think they're smooching.
It's a funny thing, Spyro.
Hey, look, it's
I
her.
adjusted
She's here.
Avalar's portals to take me to the dragon worlds, but somehow I ended up here. Maybe my coordinate tables are out of date. Yeah, by 1,000 years. That would explain why the book was so cheap.
So now that you're done saving the world again, are you gonna visit me in Avalar?
Sure, Laura, but I still have to find the rest of the eggs, and, well, Hunter's disappeared again.
Did you say Hunter? Well, hey, I can help. I just saw him sneak off with
Him, Agent 9, isn't that a Rhinoc over in those bushes?
Rhinoc. Ooh,
Everybody's getting
you want
laid.
a piece of me, Rhinoc boy?
Except for the
Hey,
monkey.
laser punk. Come on now.
know if they're hiding. I'm sure Hunter is in good hands. I'm sure he will turn up soon.
Promise you'll come visit Avalar soon, okay?
Take the hint, Spyro. Stop collecting things for a moment.
I told you not to tease that moose.
It was Billy's idea.
Does everybody get a post-credit scene?
Is that true, Billy? Hold that thought, Billy. Spyro, great to see ya.
Hi, Sheila. I've been looking for Hunter all day. Have you seen him?
Sorry, Spyro. Hunter made me promise not to tell you where they went.
They?
You didn't hear anything
What do you think's
from me?
happening, Spyro? Come on.
Oh, no.
I feel like the bunny's gonna find out that Hunter is a loser. Oh, damn. Moving fast. Yeah, good for them.
It's a sad sight, Sparks. Another noble warrior falls victim to the plague of love.
Whoa, Spyro, jeez.
Just look away. Well, I guess we'll have to find the
What's
rest
your
of the
hang-up?
eggs by ourselves.
Come on, Spyro. Take a little break. Let's watch the
Uh-oh.
show.
Oh, there you go. Oh, damn. I did it. I've done it. I've beaten the Spyro Reignited trilogy. I think I've seen these credits before. I think it's always the same credits. We are winning. Well, I played the first one on my own way back when, not on stream. And then I played 2 not too long ago. But yeah. That's it. We're gonna stream a little bit longer. Maybe, let me add this to my infinite backlog. And then, I don't know. I want to try the new tier listings we have on Giant Bomb. Maybe we'll do one of those. Maybe, and then maybe unwind with an Overwatch match or two. I'm not playing Crimson Desert. Nah. Think of the cows. All right. Tier list of desserts. Well, I think if it's on the Giant, I think it's got to be video game related. Spyro. Part of me kind of hates that this only counts as one game. Beaten. Technically, I beat this across a couple different platforms, but I guess we'll say PC. I never really played the CTR remake too much. I should do that at some point. Then, I think great is good. 4 stars is good for this. To give you an idea. When I put Pocopia in, I gave it a 4.5, in case you were curious. I beat a run with every character and Slay the Spire, so I'm like, I'm considering that beaten. But look at this dip in quality. I've been playing a lot of games I've really liked, and then Virtuoso. Good stuff. See, I'm gonna look at this tier list stuff. I mean, you know me, I'm not exactly the biggest kart racing fan in the world anyways. To give you an idea what these things look like here's somebody, I think some of you might have seen this. A Neko Mancer made a Breaking of Like, did I hear Wily's theme remix of Sonic Crossroads? Ooh, not yet. Is that out now? The DLC for that? Speaking of, Cart Wars is. I know it's out soon. I think these are pretty correct rankings. The 25th. Okay, soon. I mean, I think the not gonna lie, I'm kind of into this is correct. The boring bullshit ones, I assume that. Yeah. Maybe it's because I picked Pimp my Ride, but I kind of enjoy Pimp My Ride. Darkest of Dams was pretty boring. I could almost put Ride to Hell in that one. They upload the track to YouTube. Okay, cool. Maybe we'll listen to that moment. But yeah. Okay. So let's figure out how this works. Create a list. So let's, for example, say that I wanted to do, I don't know, Zelda games. Describe my list. Why can't I write down there? Chuck, it's broken. Oh, I see. A tier list of Zelda games. List type, tier list. Ability, public. Okay, now I can search for games like The Legend of Zelda. Oh, boy. Oh, we gotta add these anyways. Alright. That. I think I'm just gonna add the originals for each one. So I got that. I got Tears of the Kingdom. Looks like it's going kind of. Chuck, I would like it if when I add one, it doesn't. I don't have to search again. I guess that's nitpicky. Triforce Heroes. Between Worlds. Breath of the Wild. Just get all the mainline ones here. Anniversary Edition. No, this is just a port. Well, Four Swords is the game. So this is just basically adding original Four Swords as far as I'm concerned. Never played Tetris Trackers. That never came out here. Skyward Sword. Spirit Tracks. Twilight Princess. The Wind Waker. By the way, like, I know people said that the stick sensitivity has been fixed on the GameCube NSO emulator, but I tried playing Wind Waker and it still just felt awful. So I don't know. Part of me needs to maybe go back and play original Wind Waker. I don't know if it's just, one, that the sensitivity still doesn't feel good. Two, the input lag is the problem. Or three, Wind Waker never felt good, and I didn't realize it the first time, which I'm skeptical of. But it felt weird. Doors Mask. Is Ocarina of Time's... Like, is Ocarina of Time is missing a picture? That's funny. Yeah, well, I know it didn't fix input lag, but just still felt weird. That was definitely part of it, but man. The video game The Legend of Zelda. Link to the Past. I don't usually do retro achievements. I mean, I haven't been playing. Usually, when I play old games, I'm doing it on original hardware somehow. I'm not usually doing What did I just add? There you go. Doing emulation. Okay, so Four Sword Adventures. The Minish Cap. Oracle of Seasons. Phantom Hourglass. I had never played the Zelda CDI games, unfortunately. Something I'd like to fix someday, honestly. Okay, there's Link's Awakening. I haven't actually added it yet, I don't think. Link's Awakening, some of them are missing things. I think that's... Should I add Crypt of the Necro Dancer? I'm trying to keep it mainline. Hey, Professor Ticklebits, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. I'm checking out the new tier list stuff we have on GiantBomb.com. Doing a Zelda tier list. Actually, I should change the stream name. Zelda tier list. Let me do that. Just chatting. Okay, Zelda 2. I got to search like this. Is that it? Am I missing any? I think I got all of them. Smash. I like Smash. See, well, I haven't played CDI. And I don't want to do any spin-offs. I think these are all the mainline ones. We can see if we forget any. Okay. So now we do this. All right. Okay. Okay. Let me just do this for now. You can come up with something fancier later. How do these... Is it usually like the green? Green is like at the top. I don't remember how these things usually are colored. As long as they're different, it's fine. You think red? Well, we're doing this apparently. Goes red to green. Shit, so I did it the wrong way. All right. Red. Purple. Blue. Teal. Green. How about that? Now let me see. Now that's another thing I would say that I would want to do. Is I would like to be able to move these around down here so that I could first order them alphabetically and then move them up. Okay, that works though. Or, you know, by release, which is what I would want to do here. So, like, starting with The Legend of Zelda. Which is... See, I feel like I need to write other things here than A. I gotta be like... I don't know. It's so weird. Let's just keep the letters. Because Zelda 1 is such a strange case of... one of the most important games of all time, and how much do I actually like playing it now, which is still a good bit. It's still actually a lot of fun. But, like, if it was just importance, it would be S tier. But, like, in terms of how much I like playing it, it's a B tier. It's still a very good game. So let's do that for now. And then, and I do the thing, like, where the best within a tier comes first. Zelda 2, I don't know if any retro game benefits from save states more than Zelda 2. You're just being able to make save states at the start of a dungeon, even. Not having to walk back to it if you game over helps so much. Zelda 2 has a lot going for it. I really like the combat in Zelda 2, the kind of 2D sword swinging. That downward attack's one of the all-time greats in Zelda 2. Maybe we'll keep it in B for now. Might be going in C. I think A Link to the Past is S tier for me. I love Link to the Past. Still goes back. So super fun to go back to. I think the challenge in it is actually really good. Like, when I was playing through it the last time, it was probably like, man, this game gets kind of hard sometimes in a way that's surprisingly pleasant. The overworld is fantastic. The Dark World stuff is super good. Amazing music. So yeah, big fan of that. Link's Awakening is probably just I probably would put it in A tier. I still like it a lot. I don't think it's quite as good as Link to the Past though, but it's still definitely a fantastic Zelda game. It's good stuff for sure. I think I personally would also put Ocarina of Time in A tier. Again, if it's an importance thing, like the original it would be S. But, you know, there's just other 3D Zelda games I think just kind of feel a bit more interesting to me. Although Ocarina of Time is so fantastic. Great dungeons. Again, the adult Link killing stuff is super cool. So, yeah. Nothing but respect for Ocarina of Time. So now I think the Oracle games would actually be next. And I think I would just put both of them in A, maybe below Link's Awakening. And Seasons is a bit better than Ages, but I don't think it's some giant leap, for example. But yeah, I think that's probably pretty good. I like these games. Like Link's Awakening, Seasons, Ages, they're kind of close. Awakening is the best. I still give Jeff crap for like Link's Awakening being his favorite game ever, and then not even being interested enough to play through the Oracle games. I get that they're probably not as good, but come on, they're good. So something Capcom design something. The Majora's Mask, which I do like. It might be more of a B tier for me. And I might be moving Zelda 2 down to C soon, just so I'm actually using all of these tiers a bit more. Like B tier might be... These are still very good video games in B tier. C tier is not bad either. I like Majora's Mask. It's not necessarily doing the things that I want in Zelda games the most, right? It's like largely kind of about like character interactions and mini games. It's less of a focus on the dungeons and things like that. I like Majora's Mask. I definitely don't like it as much as Ocarina of Time. I think this is where we get the first 4 swords, which is it's good. Nothing crazy, but I enjoy it. It's fun. Put it there. Not as good as Link's Adventure. So now I think we have Minish Cap. I like Minish Cap a lot. Like Minish Cap might be like top of A for me if it doesn't get into S. And it probably won't get into S. But I like Minish Cap a good bit. You beat Miss 4 tonight? Oh, nice. Oh, no, Monday Morning Miss Bitch has not been canceled. It's just been, to do that, we all have to be available on Mondays, and there's just been a mix of people being unavailable on Mondays. I'm trying to think. I think we'll be able to do it this Monday, because I think the only person not available on Monday is going to be Dan, and that's not going to impact Mist. But yeah, we just kind of had to actually take a bit of a break here. Because even like, gosh, the next Monday, I think we're getting back from PAX. So not this Monday, but the Monday after that might be hard too. But no, Monday, we are going to finish the Mist series. I promise you that. It'll be, yeah. Let's put Minish Cap. Minish Cap has awesome. The worst problem with Minish Cap is the beginning. It's kind of a bit of a little slow slog, like all the Zelda games were at this point for some reason. I don't know why they felt like things needed to be set up so painstakingly slow here. Yeah. Some of my favorite dungeons of the 2D, or the top-down, I suppose, Zelda stuff. I like the turning small gimmick. I like the art style a lot. The Sky Dungeon and that boss is one of my favorite Zelda dungeons. It's great stuff. I think that takes us to Wind Waker, which is my favorite Zelda game. Even though it definitely has faults. It definitely could use some more dungeons, but boy, this game just looks so freaking cool. Man, personally, yeah, I don't know, something about Wind Waker just freaking sings to me, man. I hope we get I hope we get the HD version brought to Switch too, and I hope they even do some other things. I would love for them to remaster the music, make it orchestrated. Be so freaking good. I don't need them to add dungeons to it or anything like that, but gosh, it's a cool game. So this does not represent Game Boy Advance Link to the Past. It represents Four Swords, which was the unique game that was in this collection. That's why this is down here. This is Four Swords, as far as I'm concerned. And then it takes us to the DS ones, which are kind of... Actually, I think there's only 3 games on this list I haven't beaten. And both of the DS ones are among them, which I don't know. Something about these games just doesn't completely work for me. Again, they kind of have like that slow pace. There's that annoying dungeon you have to go back to. I want to like them more because they are Wind Waker sequels. They have that art style. This one's about trains, and I love trains. You need to play through Four Swords on stream on Delay Club. We tried playing through Four Sword Adventures one time. We were at the Connectivity Compadres, but Dan kind of got bored, so the stream ended. The series ended. Speaking of Four Swords Adventures, yeah. I would put it like there. It's good. I haven't finished it because that's like I never want to play through it by myself. I want to play it with a group of people. It's hard to find a group of people. We we had a very intense stream set up to even get this thing working with like Dolphin and whatnot. So yeah, I think the original Four Swords is a bit simpler and kind of more easy to play than Adventures. Adventures is almost too much sometimes. Twilight Princess. I think I put Twilight Princess in B tier. I like Twilight Princess. It has a very good dungeons. Like, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. Fantastic dungeons. Again, slow opening. I don't like the game's art style a ton. The wolf stuff does not do very much for me. Basically, it's the dungeons. The dungeons in this game are very good. If I should just get a ROM hack where you just play through the dungeons one after another. Skyward Sword's kind of similar, honestly, in that it has very good dungeons. Although I actually I like the accoutrements of Skyward Sword more than Twilight Princess. I like the flying around. Even though it's another very slow beginning, at least I kind of think like this game's version of Zelda is kind of an interesting character. I like Groose, of course. So I probably like Skyward Sword a bit more than Twilight Princess. The worst part about Skyward Sword is kind of the pre-dungeon stuff you have to do where you're just sort of running around that area, and I don't know why, but that part always gets a little annoying to me. Every Zelda not named Breath of the Wild has a slow beginning. I mean, obviously Zelda 1 and 2 don't have that problem. Like Link to the Past and Link's Awakening don't. The Oracle games. Or, how about A Link Between Worlds? Which got going pretty quickly and is fan-freaking-tastic. There's a part of me I don't know if I'm brave enough to put it in front of Link to the Past. But boy, it's so good. This is a game I really want to play again. I haven't played since it came out. It's so freaking good. This maybe one of my favorite gimmicks in the series is the whole like turning into a 2D painting and just running along the walls, and even the way they integrate that into boss fights is super cool. It's super good. I love that. Built on the same engine though, Triforce Heroes was me. I guess I actually finished it. I guess I'll put it above the DS games, but I don't know. It just was not that interesting. With people or by yourself. I think this maybe killed the whole multiplayer Zelda experiment. Like, it's fine. It's done. Nah, I haven't really played I played the first Hyrule Warriors, but that's pretty spin-offy. Like, I'm not going to include Hyrule Warriors or Link's crossbow training. I know there's an argument to not even include the multiplayer ones in a list like this, but hey. Breath of the Wild is definitely S tier. I might like Link Between Worlds even more than Breath of the Wild. Like, it's like inches. It's inches. But I guess at the end of the day, if you could make like a top tier dungeon-based Zelda game and a top tier Breath of the Wild Zelda game, I might like the dungeon one more. I don't know. It depends. Let's just do Tears of the Kingdom right now, too, while we're at it, because I do like Tears of the Kingdom a bit more than Breath of the Wild, even. I think I'll do it like this. I think this is how I do it. They're both fantastic, and, like, I could go back to these games and have a good time whenever. What's interesting is how these games are, like, obviously a duology and similar, but how, you know, they even have, like, kind of the same mapping, yet they actually feel very distinct and different when you're playing them, and mechanically. It's really cool. Which one had the better trailer, Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild? They were both some of the best trailers of all time. Lately, though, that Tears of the Kingdom song is so freaking good. The saxophone in the Tears of the Kingdom trailer might put it over the top, because that saxophone destroys me every time I hear it. It's so freaking good. And then Echoes of Wisdom, which is... I guess in this list, I'd probably do it more like this for Echoes of Wisdom, which I do like. Was not an amazing, not like a game you're thinking about a lot once you finish. I liked playing through it. Not like the stickiest game in the world. I'm glad they made it. But yeah, probably more in this C tier. I'd probably take it Link or Zelda 2 in front of it. So yeah, I think that's a fine place for it. It's a good game. It was a worthy experiment. I kind of wish they were able to do more of the whole making items system, but there's some fun stuff there for sure. So yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's any bad games on this list, like especially in my world of what a bad game means, to be clear. But I think this is about how I would do it. These are definitely the top tier Zeldas for me. Minish Cap is just like a smidge below that. Like these are like, this is a bracket of Zelda games that I think you could call among the best games ever made. A tier are Zelda games I could replay whenever. B tier, very good games. The C tier, it's like good. I don't know if I'm ever going to play them again, but they're good. And then the D tier, it's like, I could do without them. I can do without him. So there you go. That's how you make a tier list on the new site, everybody, if you're curious about trying it out for yourself. Pretty good stuff. I don't think I have too many controversial takes with Zelda, honestly. Like, but the Majora's Mask thing, because there are people who are like, Majora Mask, obviously the best Zelda. And I'm like, yeah, I like it. I feel that strongly. Mario next. We'll do Mario again sometime. Honestly, just having to add all those Mario games. Maybe that's what maybe I should have a viewer reward, an expensive one that I will do a tier list. Ocarina of Time, not S. Yeah, I mean, Ocarina of Time probably, again, it could be S. Mike, do you remember your Coca-Cola cap? Yeah, the one from that picture that was just reshared. Did AJ reshare that? Yeah, my dad found that picture. Yeah, let me show this to everybody. Okay, I'll tell you what. It's not the cap that embarrasses me on this thing. I'll tell you that right now. So this is a picture. Gosh, we are all having interesting things happen. Do you guys even know which one's me? I guess you could tell it's the Coke hat one. Makes sense. Yeah, my dad found this picture. Yeah. So this, God, I'm trying. When would this have been? I'm guessing this is like 2003-ish. I don't have the beard, which I grew in 2005. I'm a little too young for that. But I think I'm definitely in high school. Animal Kingdom is still a relatively new park. Chris was the coolest Minotti, so it makes sense that he was wearing Abercrombie and Fitch. AJ grew this really shitty mustache that he had for a while there. Yep. This was short-lived. Cool safari hat. I did like this visor. I don't know what the tribal shirt is about. Or I remember this shirt. This was my fanny pack era too. They would make fun of me because I would wear a fanny pack. I like that fanny pack. You say very Game Boy Advance SP coded. I guarantee you there's a Game Boy Advance SP in that fanny pack. Guarantee you. I think I also had a little handheld camera that I was taking videos of at this time too. Honestly, the SP might just been in my pocket proper so I could more easily access it. Quick access. Memories all alone in the moonlight. So yeah, probably 2003-ish. Probably around the time I would have been playing Wind Waker. Let's see. Oh boy, Angry Birds are arriving at 2 Point Museum in a new spring update, finally. Just accept I was a fashion. I was not a fashion icon. I wish I took more pride in my appearance back then. I was very much just get me through school. I don't care what I look like. I want to go home. I did not carry $100. I had a Pokemon wallet back then. I can tell you that. My first wallet was like a Pokemon wallet. That was pretty cool. Alright, I was going to play a match or two of Overwatch, which is what I would do anyways if I was going to end the stream. I'll just let you guys watch. Why not? Don't worry, Firehair. I actually got it. I was ready for it this time. Ye of little faith. Wait. Yes, the near stuff is out. May you join? You're plat? Well, then we're the same. If you're plat and I'm plat, you may join. Because I am plat 5 right now as a healer. My gold, I only ever did the entries for DPS. I got gold and I didn't do anything for tank. So bad tanks. There are. Every time my tank chooses Doomfist, I wince. Look, you can be good with Doomfist, but if you're in low plat and gold, I just don't think you're going to be good enough with Doomfist. Also, so often, we'll have to defend on an objective, and then people pick, Hazard or something. Please. I just feel so much better when somebody picks a tank with a shield. Obviously, you can make the off tanks work, or the dive tanks work, but it's harder. I have so much less faith when people do that. By the way, I thought I was engaged with all this choose your side stuff, and I thought I picked Overwatch every time I could, but I don't think I got any rewards for it, so maybe I missed something. I don't know. Whatever. I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, you really need... That's the thing with, trying to climb ranks, especially as healing. Obviously, what you're doing matters. You can really impact the game, but so many times it does feel like, what was your dice roll with your tank today? I almost finished the battle pass, so that's something. Alright. Any stupid dailies I need to wave at a... Complete 3 games in a group. Well, there we go. I guess we're playing 3 games, Fire. Why not? Earn assist, blah, 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 blah. I'd see this one I never do, because I am usually playing as a healer. Did you ever get into a MOBA in the past? I played a little bit of League of Legends at one point, nothing crazy. Then a bit of Heroes of the Storm again, nothing crazy. I never got super into those. My one friend, who was a big Warcraft 3 guy, was really into Defense of the Ancients, the first Dota before it got split off. He played a lot of OG Dota back in the day. I never played Stadium. Still, I don't think I've even tried it yet. I thought that was a wide match. I did buy the Mythic gun with my Battle Pass credits for Juno. I was playing Mizuki in my Comp Masters for a bit, and I've just gone back to Juno. I like Juno a lot.
Choose your map.
Yeah, King's Row almost always wins, and it should. It's a great map. What do I like about her? I like the characters where you can shoot to heal, and she can shoot pretty fast, and her lock-on kind kind of thing feels real. Well, Junkertown's fine too. Feels really good. It's a great character design too. She's really, I like her kind of like, I'm from space and I have no idea how anything works here thing, right? She's a fun character. I actually never do the hero bans. I don't know. I feel like everyone, I was like, I don't know, whatever they want. I will maybe ban Vendetta when I can, which is fine, which Firehair did anyways. Since Firehair's playing Domina, maybe we won't have a ban Domina. Domina gets banned a lot. Sometimes I'll ban Genji just to make sure nobody on my team plays Genji. Because again, gold or low plat Genjis are often not very good. They just aren't. Like, obviously Genji can be good, but so often, especially like playing defense, and you just... nothing's more disheartening than being a healer and seeing that you're doing more damage than the goddamn Genji on your team. You just want to be like, just pick soldier settings. Just pick somebody who could shoot people. You really think you're gonna be? You think you're gonna be the cool ninja who dives in there and ults and kills everybody in the team, but you're just not. You'll hear me rage a bit. I rage a little bit. This is why I turn off text chat and voice chat when I play comp. Everyone's like, you need the comms. You could do everything comm-wise with the pings and these little voice lines. Group up. That's what you need. You need group up and a ping. And I need healing, which I could tell, and you're good. Abby followed. Hey, Abby, how's it going? Thank you. Yes, the comms. It's just all that happens with the comms is people getting mad. It just turning it off actually makes it work better. Like, look, if you're playing on Masters or something, then sure. And you're playing with your group. If you're playing in Gold and Plat, you do not need comms. It's just toxic. I don't know if the volume scared was too loud. Oh, crap. Okay. I almost wish the Ash would get down here. It's hard to heal you up there. That guy's gonna try to hook me. Yeah, streaming also I just went through, but you know, I'm not immune to it too. If I was on comms, what do you think I would do? If I was like in voice chat, I would yell at people if I got mad at them, and I don't want to be that guy. God, we lost our Ana. Oh boy. Oh, this is why everybody like stands up here. They think that's the play. I don't know why. It's just hard for healers to heal you. Oh boy. Oh, I am somehow not dead. Oh, sorry, Firehair. That's all. Okay, let's just catch back to the team. Let's regroup, everybody. Yeah, like I have no interest in being on comms with randos. And some people are like, how could you not do it if you're playing comp? It doesn't help. It'll make you worse. You can get by completely with pings and everything else. Oh boy, people are ulting. Oh gosh, darn it. What is that? I barely know what that character does, I gotta be honest. Okay, they probably have that point. I don't know. We can, yeah, I think we give that one up. That's fine. Oh yeah, we have our ults now, so we should have some holds here. Oh boy, right here, pink. Gotcha. That was my ult. You're welcome. One thing with Juno is like the ult is not a super high impact ult. I kind of just throw it out. If a team fight is happening, I will just kind of throw it out. Oh boy. Get out of the way there. Oh, nice. Nice, Ana. Oh, and a Bob. Yeah, I'm gonna hold off. For all makes if you take damage, she explodes. I gotcha. Okay, so now that gate closed. Oop, here they come. There we go. Now we're getting some good picks. Oh shit. Sorry. I'm coming. Coming. Don't die. Don't die, you.
Over here. I'm on my way. Over here.
Coming. No hook. Where are they? What's going on? They have a sniper? Do they always have a sniper? Fire. Get him, Fire. Go fast and get him. Yeah, maybe not too fast. I'm not gonna get that kill. All right, let's go back. It's fine. Good push. Good push. And yes, I know I'm talking in a way that you can't hear me many seconds later, but it's fun to talk. Oh, wait, we're almost at Bob again. Bob's a good ult. Especially in mid-rank still. Okay, they can see us. They have wall hacks. Oh, there comes the ults. Come on. Die! There you go. Ah. Take it. Could be worse. I know you're supposed to take lift off, but Fast Blaster is so fun. You can just shoot like crazy. People say lift off's better, the triple jump one for the perk, but come on. Get the machine gun. Coming. Ugh. Oh, Ash. Come to me for heals, Ash. I know you love that spot, but jump down for a moment. No? Okay. Come on, I got you. Got slapped. Nice. Ah, sorry. Ooh, damn. Got melted there. I don't know. Oh, I didn't get anybody. Let's see if I can escape. Regroup. Sorry, May. Okay. Wall hacks. Oh, come on. Oh boy. Nice fire hair. Incredible ult. It's alright. Nice. Incredible. Yeah, Overwatch has been really fun again lately. Dino Flash video. Oh my gosh. 1 to the 2 to the 1 to the 3. Hi there. Jeff from the Overwatch team. Thank you, Firehair. That was my healing. Yeah, okay, I'll take that. Boy, the enemy team has been getting a ton of healing. Jeez, guess we're doing a lot of damage. Look at that! Look at that Firehair damage. Good stuff.
One small step at a time.
Best spray in the game. I do have the cute spray, which you have to do kind of achievement to get. I don't have Pixel yet. I don't think. Maybe I do. I haven't equipped it. Okay, I like attacking with Winston. I like that. When you're Winston, you jump on their healer, you shoot, and then when your health go low, you jump out. Here's the best voice line from her.
You mean a chicken fried this rice? You mean a chicken fried this rice?
Classic.
The Perfect launch does not mean perfect landing.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's go. Yep. Looks like Fire has immediately changed his mind. Nice. Good job, Ash. Get over here. Ow, what are you doing? Sorry, I raged. They did so good before, but like, why peek like that? Why do that? What are you thinking is gonna happen? Going in there alone, out of sight line of your healers? What do you think's gonna happen? What good? That often doesn't do much. Looks like we might have this one. Got him. Hey, that was a good one. Look at that. Went well. Good stuff. Good job, Firehair. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I shall endorse my friend Firehair, and even though I yelled at them, the Ash did a lot of work. Yeah, I don't think I've played a second of this character. It's weird because I think she's a healer, but looks like she has a very DPS alt, which is interesting for a healer. It's kind of neat. Yeah, that's another one. In these ranks, if I have a Widowmaker, I'm like, no, thank you. Actually, why don't you be somebody else? You gotta wear a good Widow. I mean, yeah, of course, everyone can be good. There's just certain people, if I see, like, pick a Widowmaker or a Genji, I get worried. I grow concerned.
Vote for a map.
Yeah, I'll take Hollywood here. The classic hybrid maps are hard to beat. Thank you again, Abby, for following. If you haven't been watching Marry Tomodachi, it has been an incredible hoot.
Select hero bands.
I don't know. I guess I'll ban Vendetta just to feel something. Even if, you know what? Even if I am a kid, I understand the sacrifice I'm making in the name of comedy. I've been loving Pacopia. I rolled credits on Pacopia last night. Such a fun game. So God. That game surprised me. When they announced that game, I was like, oh, okay. And then, like, there was buzz because, like, it was made by the Drankless Builders team, and people like those games. I never played them, but I know people like them. Then, like, as I was coming, I was like, oh, is this gonna be something? And then it was something, man. My towns aren't anything super. My towns were relatively utilitarian just to kind of meet the objective, so they aren't very pretty to look at, which is partly why I want to go back and really work on them. Especially, I think that Seaside town is probably my favorite of the kind of the main hub areas. I really like to build that up more. I saw somebody do like some cool like underwater bridge tunnels and make like a monorail system in there and stuff. It's kind of just fun to see what other people do in the game now.
Peanut sauce for you.
Maybe without all the spice?
Wings then. That's the best part.
Uh-oh. I bet they've started work on Pacopia 2 already. That's what I bet.
5, 4, 3. We must accelerate. 1. Attack, opponents. Capture.
They're really aggressive at this point. Lightweaver. Oh, they got ball. Great. Sometimes ball is hard to play against. Sometimes your team just has trouble killing the ball, and there's just nothing you can do. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm in trouble. Somehow not dead. Yeah, this isn't great. This is not feeling good. So here's the issue, see, with the ball. The ball's just pretty tanky and hard to move, and right now our DPS, our 2 flankers, they are not going to be able to do enough damage to handle the ball unless they switch. So, again, not that I'm blaming people, but the DPS don't switch off of Sombra. That's another one. I'm not usually excited about, although actually Sombra can hack the ball, and that's pretty good. Never mind. Fuck me. This is why. That's why I have to turn myself off of comms. I'll say stupid things. But yeah, the Sombra against the ball, pretty good. Yeah. No, look at his back. Yeah, look at that. I'll be shocked if it doesn't switch off at some point here. Oh boy. Nice. All still alive. That's a fun skin for Baptiste. Deanna, I'm not so sure about, but... Oh boy. Oh god, they're ulting like crazy now. Oh shit, where are you? Right here. Coming. Oh. Yeah. Oh, that was a good counter ult. Oh no, still broke through it. Nice. Coming. Nice. Are you dead? Yep. Take that. Get here faster. Maybe. Nice, good job, Sombra. Nope, Tree of Life. Oh, good job, man. Jeez. Okay, I'm sorry I ever tried to insinuate the DPS would be a problem because they're doing very good. Come on. Oh, come on. Damn it. It's alright. The famous swimming pool in Pocopia? I don't know what you're talking about.
This time, I will succeed. Light speed!
Oh, damn it. Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. It's a lot of bolts. It's bad fire here. Nice. Oh, I did not get that off. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, it was risky. Should have done that. Pushing it.
Do I have to go back out there?
Guess it's getting hard to push. Damn it, we lost Baptiste. Ugh. Should have been moving more. Yeah, it's getting difficult.
I won't pretend that did not happen.
Oh boy, we gotta group up. Oh. I'm missing. Hopefully we can just eventually stack some ults here and get something happening. Go fire. Oh, great. Oh, okay. Let them use all their ults. We'll use all our ults next time.
60 seconds.
Oh, moons. Not again.
Vermilion scent is ready to burn.
Hyper ring out.
Meet your fate.
Get some. Oh, that's a pretty good use of that thing. God damn it. Kind of pushed some wrong buttons there, not gonna lie. Kill the ball. Oh, he's so close. This fucking ball. I hate him. Ooh, it's gonna be rough. Soldier ult. We're pushing it further. This is a good final push. Oh, huge. Trouble up there. Yep. Oh, so close. I don't know if we're gonna have quite enough juice to get it across the finish line. Yeah.
We'll achieve it next time.
Okay, not terrible though. Just see how we defend.
Area denied.
Score 2-0.
You were the MVP shield holder, Abby. Something to be proud of. See, I played a lot of Team Fortress Classic when I was a kid, in like '98, which is like the precursor to all this team-based shooting stuff. And Team Fortress 2, although I honestly played more Team Fortress Classic than Team Fortress 2. Okay, the Reaper, I like that more. I think the Reaper could do more with the ball. You feel like you did nothing, and people seem to really like it. You know, that's life sometimes, Abby, right?
One small step at a time.
My heart is strong, and my javelin is sharp.
They did that Orisa rework with Overwatch 2. That was pretty good. All right, let's see. It's gonna depend on our defense here. If we just get balled and scattered and die again right away, that won't be good. Hey, hi reindeer.
Hello. Greetings.
Let's see if we win. I don't know. Could be sketchy.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers.
To Orisa, she used to mostly be based around a shield. They kind of switched her up to have this javelin stuff. That's fine. Oh, there's the ball. Alright, just ignore. Sometimes these guys just ignore them when they can do that stuff. Oh, damn it. Oh, I hate being the first one to die. It's embarrassing. See, this is what I'm saying. The balls... The issue, it's not just that the ball gets behind you and deals damage. The problem is that the ball gets behind you and then everybody's like, there's a ball behind us, and they kind of freak out. And you also want to be like, well, let's use this opportunity to kill the people who aren't protected by a tank. That's a lot of those. See, we're just not getting kills. Everybody's so worried about the ball. Well, there's a kill. A good kill, too. Let's see. Come, please, Reaper, please. Okay, okay, come on. Oh, it's just the Reaper. We might be able to get back, though. Okay, we got to get back on the point. Again, let's stop worrying about the ball. Nice. Oh my god, this is huge. Somehow we are gonna stop them. Nice ult. Get rid of these balls. Ah, shit. Should have been standing up on that box forever. Can probably get back in time. But they're gonna stagger that guy though, that's good. Okay, we're in decent shape now. Oh, we have some ults. Ooh, we lost the healer, I'm coming. Come to me, try to meet me, try to meet me. Oh, okay, I'm here. Whoa, what happened there? Yeah. Oh, he got treed. That's. Oh, he got Nyx. Wow, Nyx was ulting though. That was pretty good. That was weird. Okay, just die on the point. Let's hold this as long as we can. Ooh, or please let me. He might still be okay here. Kick. Worth. This has been like one of the weirdest holds. It's been a constant fight. Look at us go. Oh my gosh. This was looking bad. Honestly, because I died really early. It's mostly on me. Not my strongest match. You got back from the arcade? Nice. So close. Look at this. Oh yeah. Good stuff. Good job, Fire Hair. Look how much damage Fire Hair did. Jeez. Since I talk smack about them, I will endorse the DPS. Hey, it's Fire Hair. Oh, this is when you got lifted up by the tree. No, this was out right at the end. This is good too. Oh, nice spear hit there. So I like how the shield shows up as a perk now. Big plays, big plays. Oh, I'm plat 4 now. Yay. That's Orisa. That's a skin for Orisa. This Fire Hair as a tank. Kind of a robot. A quadruped robot. Let me go to the bathroom before we start the next match. Be right back. Oh, I got it. Loot box. Oh, shit. All right. See what this loot box has. It's big. It's huge. Yeah. That's a legendary, but eh. Man, I play so much Hanzo, and I've never liked any of his legendary skins. I like Hanzo. I just don't like any of his skins. All right, let's go back to it. We're doing good so far. I got an endorsement. Oh, nice. Oh, he has a Ryu skin. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Select a map.
Helios. We got Femboy Puppy on our team and Daddy Bear. Oh my gosh. Am I assuming too much to think that Daddy Bear and Femboy Puppy are maybe on a group together? Who? That's a duo for sure. That's gotta be a duo.
Choose heroes to ban.
Honestly, I've seen enough of the ball for one half. Everybody's thinking the same thing. That's enough of the ball. I know we won, but it was annoying as hell. I thought I was being mean about nicknames. No, that's what they're called. That's their name. All right, take that, animals. There's a part of me that's like, well, Lucio's banned on this one because he can boot people into that giant hole. But not here. Part of me's like, should I beat Mizuki? I feel like Mizuki makes more sense for control points, but also, we got Fire's gonna pull out the Domina. I might, when it's well, I might switch to Lucio and try to boop him.
Well, hello. I'd better not catch any of you skipping your
Get shoved, idiot. Yeah, exactly. You think a team of a puppy and a bear would be pro animal characters, right? It's messed
we
up.
have business to attend to.
Domina's so cool. She does get banned a lot because he's maybe a little overtuned at the moment.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Mind your posture, everyone. Coming in hot. Light into being. Activate.
Agua, huh? I'm trying to help you. Tracer, huh? Oops, sorry, buddy. Kick. Nice shield. Man. Nice. Alright, let's not do that thing where we all push too far up ahead here now.
And I'm sure.
Tracer back here. Tracer's such a fun character, but it's it could be a difficult character. God, Reaper is dancing around this pillar perfectly. Ooh. There goes Femboy Puppy and me. That's rough. We lost 2 like right away there. Got picked off. Gonna be hard to win this one now. Yeah. Ooh, Daddy Bear though. Look out! Oh no! Femboy Puppy walked right into it. Damn it, Femboy Puppy. Oh, careful by hair. I don't know if we have the juice to push right now. We are low. Hold up. Hold up. Oh, Echo, nice. That's pretty good against the flankers. Dying. There you go. Oh boy. Thank you. We needed this tree. The tree's a little bit in the way. Oh boy. Why did I try to kick her? That doesn't do anything. Oh man, this was going so well until it wasn't. Come on. Yeah, we're not gonna touch this, are we? Damn, what happened there? Once they got one win on us, we could not push back. Tracer's touching. Oh, we have a Tracer. What did we get a Tracer? Yeah, it's rough. It's all good.
Projectiles initiated.
We're not done yet.
Score 0-1.
Nope, here's the well. Alright, everyone. Let's see if I can boop anybody. I still got my Winter Lucio skin on. Wait, this isn't well. Never mind. Screw that.
One small step at a time.
Actually, let's switch. Let's switch to Mizuki because I can chain these freaking flankers.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Hey, it's Kiko.
Well, hello.
I can hit them, which might be a problem. Oh, I got a kill there? Didn't notice. Look at me go. Okay, we are losing a lot of other people, but we're fine. Let's go, Fire. We don't need anybody else. Just us. We'll capture the objective. It's gonna be great.
If anyone's wondering, seems right.
Yeah. Get him, everybody. Oh god, we haven't actually captured the point yet. That's annoying. Oh, we lost our tank. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. We are waiting. Damn it.
Clear them off the objective.
I wish we could have capped at least for a bit. Hi, everybody. You all died at the same time.
On the move. Advancing upward.
I'm not going to get a chance to boop if we don't win this point. Oh god. Sorry, Spyro. There's a lot going on back here. See, I mean, this is why the flankers work, because Fire is pushing ahead. Can't really realize in time that we're being destroyed by their flankers. Thank you so much, Zickleon, for following. Appreciate it. So now, wait. Yeah.
Engaging enemy combatants.
I don't think the Pharaoh's working. Yeah. Not that. Oh, there we go. That's a good pick. The Tracer's destroying me. Yeah, the Tracer's really harassing Firehair. Getting our kills though. Come on, fucking range. Let me heal. Ugh. Tracer. Oh, are you gonna get the point? Ooh. Oh. Oh, does Firehair have any healing? Ugh. Oh my god, we didn't cap. Oh my god. Okay, we got it. Oof, I don't know though. Coming. Coming. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Oh my god, I am dying so fast. There they go. I am not doing much. The Mizuki was not working. Wait, how did they get it back? Look at us go. Go, femboy puppy. I have no idea what these perks are. Need a moment to look at them. Definitely this.
Wait till we hit the drop.
No, we have a Reaper ult. That should be huge. Okay, Reaper. Don't worry that much about the Tracer. Come on. Please get over here. Oh my god. Yeah. I did not do amazing this match, personally. Oh well. Let's do at least one more here. Can't end on that. It just nothing was getting going that one. It was rough. Sure. I'll still give it up for Daddy Bear and Femboy Puppy. Yeah, that Magua. That did nothing somehow. Wonder if Australian fans are annoyed that all their reps are Mad Max characters. Got some good battle pass stuff there. Let me see this. Almost got the final battle pass reward, which is a Genji skin I'll never use. Sometimes it be like that though. It's okay. Maybe I should just play as Juno more. I don't know.
Choose your map.
Coliseum might be fun. Dorado's great, but I like Coliseum. Coliseum seems good for Juno too. There's a lot of longer sight lines where I can get the lock-ons. Look at that. You get Mad Max or Steve Irwin. Maybe Crocodile Dundee. Zamatra. I've barely played as Zamatra myself. I don't want Sword Lady, and I don't want Ball. Let's go. I mean, to be fair, like, the first American heroes were basically America, Gunman, and Cowboy, so nobody's safe.
One small step at a time. Bounty Hunter! Are you here to detain me?
Nah, I only take the hard jobs.
I am relieved, but also slightly disheartened.
5, 4,
This way.
2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Respect your elders.
There's a... see it now. This is DPS I can get behind. Speaking of America Man and Cowboy, that's my team.
Maximum velocity!
There they are. Get ready.
Ugh. Roadhog. It's fine. Oh shit. What happened there? Oh, damn it. Oh boy. Oh, what happened there? Ah, shit. And I think our Cassidy's not landing a ton of their shots at the moment.
Forget to breathe. I am breathing.
Oh, great. Oh, they're targeting me. He missed. How did, fire her. Look, it's you, damn it. This is such an awkward spot. And at least they use their ult. Okay, let's see if we can push back here. Okay, regroup. There's most of us. Maybe. I don't know if we killed anybody yet is our problem. Careful there, fire hair. Kind of just going in for it. Yep, see. I know you wanted that, fire hair, but
Stay calm, Juno.
alright, well,
You can do this.
pull it up one more time. Great. Great. How did that? There. Oh my god, we killed somebody. Oh my god, there we go. Let's go. We might actually want to fight. You stop rolling around like an idiot. I can't target you. Oh boy. Fuck out of here. Eat shit. Okay, now let's just do it more than them. Okay, get back over here, Reaper. Okay. Alright, let's try that again. We didn't lose yet. Oh boy. There we go. Yeah. The crit ulted yet? Yeah, I got an ult. I mean, go use it. Oh boy. We're in trouble. This ult mostly is very good. Yeah. Okay. There's that. Is this McCree been sitting on his ult the whole game? Yeah. Okay, not to point fingers, but that is not a lot of damage from our, excuse me, Cassidy. Oh my god, now he's just running up ahead. Oh my god.
Welcome to orbit.
What is ours? Onward.
Reloading. Please step back. Nicht getan.
Do it myself. Right, exactly. He's not going to use his ult until he's going to kill all 5 people. He still hasn't used it. Use the ult. You would have gotten another one by now. We have a lot of ults at least. No, we weren't pushing the robot. That's good. Okay. Alright, at least that was not a very good default. Alright. damn it.
We must reclaim the robot. Reloading.
God, I can't heal everyone forever.
Hyper ring out. I will assist.
I gotta use some of these ults. Ah, for crying out loud. Got counter ulted. Come on. Oof. Okay, well, we should be able to stop this. Maybe. That's a problem. There's some big ults actually. Might be big. Yeah. No. Oh wow. Almost turned that around. Yeah. Again, I know who I'm blaming. Let's do one more fire. We got 2 wins, 2 losses. Maybe we can bring it back and even it out. Probably drop you back down to plat. 5 after that. That's okay. Yeah, the resolve was good. If you have one of these, like this ult is so good if people aren't kind of really being proactive about just killing this guy right away. Which is why if you use it in the middle of a team fight, it's really distracting. You can do good stuff with that. Oh yeah, I've been back in plat 5 for a bit. Mercy boosting that ult is insane. All good. We'll get this one maybe. This game is so cruel because you'll win 2 games in a row. You're like, I'm the greatest player ever. I can never lose again. Then you immediately like have 2 humiliating losses. You're like, never mind. I'm a piece of shit. I was never good. I don't deserve to play this game. I'm awful. Got a lot of daily challenges done. We should be streaming tomorrow night. I'll pick a new game to play through, single player. See if I finally plug in one of the old consoles for some stuff. I have no idea. I don't like a lot of the mythics, honestly. These are some interesting choices, I guess. Havana. Like, I don't like the new... I'd never play as May anyways. I don't really like the whole streamer May thing.
Select your hero. Select hero bands.
I'm going to do the thing. I'm going to ban... Well, what if they have the bad Genji, though? Maybe I'm going to count on that. Zarya gets banned a lot. Maybe they'll have the Rage Quitter or the bad Genji. Alex, man, wasn't this guy on the enemy team the last one? You see that? You sure see that flag a lot. I think I got a jilted Street Fighter 6 player on your team. They're just against second cousin marrying.
One small step at a time.
Look sharp. I will not keep improper company.
Boy, I barely know this map.
I have decided to accept your offer to train up my confidence. When do we start?
Right now. Repeat
I haven't won the map I thought it was.
am capable. I am confident.
Decent looking team though.
I've got this.
Of course, our other.
Thought, I require more time to deliberate.
Oh, I know this now. No, never mind. Excuse me. Okay, I know that now.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
And why are we going up there?
Stop the payload.
Do be careful.
Yeah, let's get roof up. Nice. Ooh, nice life grip. It's an early ult from our dude. Oh no, we lost our Bastion, who's doing a lot of work. Just don't get in hook range. Don't get in hook range. Yeah, I almost had him. Feral Wolf, thank you for 3 months. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nice. All up there, fire hair. Maybe didn't really need to do that, but whatever. Use it or lose it. Thank you again, Feral Wolf. Okay, this is going well so far. Why is he ulting? That's me wanting to switch. Nice. Yeah. Oh, nice. Yep, I knew he was switching. Will do. Got him. This game's fun. I bet they're very mad on the other team right now. Nice ult again. Yeah. Sorry, Alex smells. Ooh, aggro Moira. I think we're K. Damn. Put the healing problem up there now. Oh, they're taking damage. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. Coming. Man, Lifeweaver did a lot of healing. That went well. Jeez. That was as good of a first hold you can have.
Score 0-0. Switching sides.
Well, their poor Juno was trying their best to heal that.
The tree is falling. Take care. Prepare to attack.
I don't know why. I always like anything called Tree of Life. I think it says 4, but like when that like chapter title towards the end of Uncharted 2 pops up, it says Tree of Life. I'm like, this is important, and I have chills. I've also barely ever played as Lightweaver. I feel like he was added at a point when I was not playing this game. There's a few characters like him, Hazard, even Lamatra. Just never really played.
Ah, shoot. I forgot to tape my Achilles again. Enough chatter.
I don't know what
We
the
have
movie
business
Tree
to
of Life
attend
is
to.
about, but maybe I should see it.
Well, hello.
I think it might be more of a metaphor, though.
I have decided to accept your offer to train up my confidence. When do we start?
Right now. Repeat after me. I am capable. I am confident. I've got this.
On second thought, I require more time to deliberate.
4, 3, 2,
Timer out.
attack commence. Watch for that.
Alright, we don't have to do much here. They have a Widowmaker, that's interesting. Don't get sniped. Nope, we got sniped. Okay, I got him. Good job, Alex Smells. Sure would hate to be Alex right about now. Sorry, Alex Smells. Oh, there we go. Got it. Jeez, we did not have to push far for that one. Everybody did good. I wish I could endorse all of you. I'll give it to Alex. Hey, it's Fire here. Oh, Tom is so fun. Ooh, nice. Oh, this is right at the end. That was my ult. My ult helped you. Yay. I'm not exactly sure how I won 3 games and lost 2, and my rank is not the highest it was today, but that's okay. Sometimes the calculations are funny like that. Well, I got another bonus loot box. They were fun games. Oh, another ult? Or no, right. Harley Quinn. Oh, I never even seen this one before. Not a bad looking skin, of course.
Keep crying. The rain won't stop.
So true. People are always saying that. People are always saying that. Thank you for the game's Fire hair. Yeah, this good hair jiggle physics for sure. All right. That was fun. All right, we've accomplished much today. Good stuff. Thanks for hanging out tonight, everybody. Snowbike Mike is making a top 100 Pokemon list, huh? That's interesting. Let's see what that's about. Yeah, have a good night, everybody. Should be seeing you tomorrow night, I think, for some more streaming. Figure out what game we're going to play next. Something cool. Probably not a Souls-like yet. Not doing another one of those quite yet. But something. We had our little Spyro diversion, which was good. All right, say hi to Mike, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. You have a good night. Bye-bye. So, Mike Crazy was my... Wait a second. What's this up here? Do you guys see that? What is this? Oh, it's a donation to your thing. Get out of there. Was that there this whole time? What the heck was that? Oh, that did turned on.